Hello, hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. No waiting room music just for now. I am too excited to start this game. I just need to do a little tweet to make sure got everything all set up. I've been waiting for this game since there were ever rumors for it. The original was a masterpiece, and I am very excited to jump into it. Just one moment to finish getting this tweet out. Um, here. I don't remember it 100%. I remember it for the most part, but we will see just how much I remember once we get into it, I suppose. But it definitely is not going to feature the endless dying that we've seen in Castlevania. Say that much. Right. Got the tweet out, and now just minimize that. Put that there. Let me see. I think everything should be set up and ready to go. Hello, hello. Welcome there, Miss Roxy. All right, that should be everything. Okay. I'm assuming the audio should be set properly. And make sure it's not duplicating the audio with the capture card, which it doesn't seem to be. Most excellent. Metroid Prime Remastered. Truly a wonderful masterpiece, and I'm very excited to be jumping into it. Sadly, not the most popular Nintendo series, though it most certainly deserves it. Oh, I only played this for the first time last year, and yet I have nothing but fond memories. Borderline nostalgia, but you can't really have a nostalgia for a game you've only played within the past year, not even. But I don't know how else to describe how much I adore this game. With new and improved control scheme. Even better. Let's see. Alright, and let me edit my lighting real fast. New game. Another one of those I can't technically start in hard mode, and it would take way too much finagling to get the higher than that, but I am almost willing to bet that I'm not going to die at all in normal mode, or there'll be less than 4 through the entire playthrough. No need for that. Unidentified distress beacon has been tracked to a derelict space vessel in orbit above Talon 4. This is one of those games that it came out in the GameCube era, and you thought, wow, this looks amazing on the GameCube. But then the remaster makes it look so much better. You look up side-by-side images of this in the GameCube version, and it's amazing. Funny how things look better in your memory, but then you see it today, and then especially see it improved. Maybe adjust the volume ever so slightly. And there she is, Samus Aran. Excellent. It's so nice to see this game control with 2 sticks. It controlled somewhat weirdly in the GameCube version, but it works. But now we have modern controls. The shooter with a very easy lock-on for everything you need to shoot. Not mandatory, but still is nice. Scan visor so I can scan everything. Energy force field in place, you cannot reach your gunship. Also cannot fall off the edge. Very, very important. I'm sure we know quite a few people who would immediately attempt to and succeed at jumping off. Force field activation. Switches are now online. I was more thinking of a certain YouTuber we watch all the time, who would definitely immediately fall off. I want to scan one of those asteroids. If I can, I forget. Meteor fragment, high concentration of radiation detected, planet of origin unknown. Oh, that's fine. Force field blocks the entrance. A lot of things you can scan for lore, so I am going to be in the habit of scanning everything, even though like a lot of this I don't need to scan overly detailed. Oh wait, there's 2 more. Entrance to main docking bay. See, in the future, Doors are only open when you shoot them. Very useful technology. The features adapted into everyday maneuvering. Deck Alpha, emergency evacuation area. Current status, environment unstable. Entrance to airlock. The sound design in this game is so nice. I'm pretty sure the sound is not even redone. It's just still perfectly done. What is that? Hold on. A new creature has been added to your logbook. Parasite, interstellar vermin. They travel in swarms. Indigenous to Talon 4, a single parasite is harmless to larger life forms. However, they tend to travel in large groups, swarming where potential prey. Such swarms can be dangerous, which is why we will execute. Morphology, Space Pirate. And yes, in Metroid, Space Pirate is actually a race, not an occupation. Status, death caused by a severing of the spinal cord. Well, that would probably not be very pleasant. And definitely way higher model than 20 years ago, or whenever Metroid Prime originally came out. God, it's been like 20 years, hasn't it? Biohazardous materials, Phazon Batch 0009.A, destination Deca Beta. Blah blah blah. Death caused by acidic burns to body, chemical type unknown. I wonder what, pray tell, happened here. Well, I know, obviously, but gotta maintain the mystery and the atmosphere of this game. Escape pod entrance, the vessel has already been jettisoned. This is a space pirate vessel. Space pirates are a recurring villainous force in Metroid. Excuse me, sir. Who are very hostile to anything that is not a space pirate. Escape pod 3 launched, 4 launched, 7 launched. Launched onto Talon 4, Research Command Center. Whatever this creature is. Tail section possesses a mouth-like orifice, most likely used for birthing offspring. You know, now that everything is in high detail, what is this creature? Analysis shows incredibly large muscle structures surrounding the jaw area. Fluid sacs containing acid are also detected. Scan that. Unknown. That's what it is. It is an unknown. High levels of radiation detected. The space pirates like to engage in a lot of biological experiments. If that's not becoming immediately apparent. Also by the presence of all the parasites. What is the button? Ah, yes. And the map information. And very beautiful, nice 3D map. Alright. Excellent. 2 parasite queen specimens have become volatile on deck beta. All security personnel should report to the biotech research area. Parasitic infestation has been detected in the ventilation systems of decks Gamma and Beta. I guess that's why you don't keep parasites on board your ship. Frigate exterior, hull stable and fully functional. Talon 4 ground zero area secure. Crater radiation readings normal. Ventilation tunnel, yes, that is what I am in. Alright. Access granted. Now we take the elevator. Oh, I wanted to scan the hologram. Specimen containment breach on deck beta. All crew report for lockdown. Huh. Funny how that works. You're dealing with dangerous creatures. It always results in contaminations and lockdowns. Creatures are still alive. Unknown. Low life signs detected. This creature appears to be in a state of stasis hibernation. That is not in stasis hibernation, that is a space pirate. Severe internal damage detected. Well, he's about to have severe external damage. The space pirates, well, for many, many reasons, Samus is a very big enemy of the space pirates in particular. Specimen Cell C, status unknown, rejection of Phazon compound detected. Cell A, hibernation, transference of Phazon batch complete. Cell B, rejection of Phazon compound detected. So they are experimenting a lot, it seems, with whatever Phazon is. Some mysterious substance that we have no info on as of yet. Small energy replenishes 10 units of energy, which is basically health in this game. After mutation, the carapace of the larva becomes rigid. The carapace is quite resilient, able to resist the attacks of many predators. Combat mutation applications are complete. The primary legs of this creature possesses galvanized tips, allowing it to penetrate any known alloy. Well, that creature clearly did not skip leg day then. Parasite A in pupa stage. Its tough exoskeleton protects it from its mother's acidic embryonic fluid. A lot of science-y stuff in these games, or at least in the Prime series in particular. Fluid sacs in the mouth enlarge after mutation. This allows for increased production of corrosive bile. And we can't actually jump down there just yet, but we will. Ballistic support needed in specimen block F. Oh, they've got a turret. Auto turret. Use missiles to break outer casing. Oh, that's a good thing we just happen to have missiles. Missile ammunition. Now, here's a riddle. Why does the turret have missile ammunition when it was not shooting missiles? Many mysteries of the universe. Phazon infusion stage 1. Parasitic larva diagnostic mass 1.2, length 0.5, cell structure stable. Infusion stage 2. Introducing mutagen into tank. Status complete. Space pirate encrypted data decoded. Zebus has fallen. All ground personnel are presumed dead. either killed by the hunter clad in metal or in the subsequent destruction of the underground facilities. Our research frigates Orpheon, Syracuse, and Volparagam were in orbit at 0 hour and managed to reach. Frigate Orpheon is now docked at Vortex Outpost. Orpheon's cargo appears to have a 100% survival rate. Metroids are healthy but on restricted feeding schedules due to uncertain supply status. We are ready to begin research on the Metroids and other promising life forms. Security status remains at Code Blue. No signs of pursuit from the Hunter. Suffice to say, Hunter refers to Samus, and that basically references the previous and first game in the series, where she blew up a whole bunch of pirate-related things in research areas. Metroids are the namesake of the series, and are basically a genetically engineered ultimate life form. Not engineered by the pirates, actually, but definitely misused by the pirates. They're almost unkillable and very dangerous. Parasite larva. Harmless unless encountered in large numbers. Plasmite, native of Talon 4. Infusion stage 4. Mass 14.5, length 40.3, cell structure failing. So, cell structure failing. Batch does not match DNA. But whatever Phazon did, it mutated it so much. What did it start at? A mass of 1.2 and a length of 0.05. So, mass and length increased by a ridiculously obscene amount with the usage of Phazon. Solitary holding 1, Phazon level unknown, xenotropic lifeform unstable, use caution. Biohazard waste removal may begin in 3 hours. Elevator operational, please step into the hologram. Oh, don't mind if I do. Just, learning what the pirates are up to. Bioform pain tolerance levels at 13% in holding. Blah. Basically a whole bunch more about Phazon batches and all that. Specimens exhibit incredible strength and body mass increase when exposed to Phazon batch. Zoomer, native of Talon 4. Oh, that's where they come from. Plated parasite larva, native of Talon 4. Excuse me, sir, I'm trying to read. And suck up the health energy by charging my weapon. Let's see, Phazon level toxic, hermetic seal holding. War Wasp, native of Talon 4. And also many other planets. Minimal injuries on this space pirate. Use caution, maximum firepower recommended. So basically, like my missile. Space pirates can survive 1 missile and take 2 missile. I wish I could survive a whole missile shot to my body. Wow. So most of these are not super big on lore, just creatures and the status of the holding and the Phazon, which we do not know much about. Phazon is a unique thing to the Prime games. Hello, sir. What's wrong with you? You've acid burns have welded the joints of the exoskeleton. That does not sound very pleasant, but I don't have an exoskeleton, so I can't really say for certain. Death caused by severe lacerations to the abdomen. Access to Deck Gamma improved. Step into the hologram. Don't mind if I do. Oh. He's not even injured, is he? Oh, he's got minimal injuries. Door lock enabled. Please insert metallic sphere to open door. Now, what kind of locking system? Like, why a metal sphere? I always wondered, like, why do they design their locks to work with a metal sphere of all things? Death caused by removal of internal organs. Well, regardless, it just so happens that we do have a metal sphere. Oh, I did not see those. Another... Oh, device does not seem to be functional. Gotta turn it on. Death caused by cranial trauma. Creatures, it looks like it struggled to get through this door. So... Acid burns to the face. So we fought a few minimally injured space pirates by now, and there's a lot of dead ones on the ship. So what could possibly have killed so many space pirates? I don't know, but let us use this save station. Good thing pirates just have save stations, so they can just respawn and reload their progress. They're not really dead. Oh yeah. One of my favorite boss themes is coming up shortly. From Metroid, and especially Prime. Looks like a big holding cell for something. Or I think that's the engine, actually. Oh man, it looks so good in HD. Parasite Queen. Parasite female, genetically enhanced by unknown means. A weak spot has been detected in this creature's mouth. Use your auto-targeting to acquire this new target. Scans indicate the presence of potent mutagen, origins unknown. Creature exhibits the ability to fire weapon-grade blasts of energy from its mouth. A trait not present in the standard parasite genome. Because the pirates have begun a bioengineering program with considerable results. Get out of here. They're no match for my ability to move sideways. Oh yeah, that was the engine. Or the reactor. Or something. Which the parasite then fell into.
Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately.
Well, I guess I could evacuate in a timely manner. Access approved. Step into the elevator. Oh, there you go, disabling the auto turret. It's very handy. This creature is deceased, but there's still pirates about. Containment seal breached. Really? Secure area and terminate specimen. Are these pirates even injured? He's got severe internal damage. Which nothing a missile won't... Well, I was gonna say fix, but that's not really true. But I mean, enough external damage and you don't even notice the internal. We're just gonna roll on by. Yeah. Already got the scan on the parasites. And if my understanding is correct, we are very close to leaving. They sure had a lot of parasites on board, but to be fair, that big thing was a parasite queen. I imagine it might have had a bit of unauthorized breeding, given the containment breach and all that. Oh. Good thing I didn't just step out onto there. Whatever that is. What could that sound be? That was a general of the space pirates known as Ridley, who Samus supposedly had killed in the game prior to this. And as a grapple point. Subject, Meta Ridley. Cerebral casing stable. Exoskeleton seal holding. Begin umbilical retraction. Weapon update complete. Stinger ballistics online. Plasma fuel cell online. So they kind of rebuilt him-ish. And then Samus is hit with a major explosion, which basically disables a lot of her suit. Missile malfunction, charge beam malfunction, grapple beam malfunction, morph ball malfunction as well, even though it didn't say. So we're basically just left with the normal beam at this point. Just a little bit of damage. Samus will, of course, follow this new Ridley down to the planet below. Tracking on enemy target has been lost. Ground-based recon required. Begin landing sequence. We're landing on the planet mentioned in those reports, which is Talon 4. Talon Overworld. Oh boy, new extras locked in the main menu. But I will save, yes. Thank you, game. Now I can scan the ship finally. Hunter-class gunship registered to Samus Aran. You can return to your ship to recharge energy, reload weapons, and save progress. Red starburst edible flowers bloom seasonally, considered a delicacy in many territories. It's true, starbursts are very nice. I kind of wish I had some starbursts right now. Or airheads. Oh. Excuse me, sir, I'm trying to scan you. Beetle. That's exactly what a normal beetle looks like. Burrowing insect with a resilient carapace, extremely aggressive. Insect's massive mouth enables it to tunnel through solid rock at high speeds. Above ground, beetles can cover short distance rapidly. They attack anything that moves near their lair. Saturnine, iridescent mushroom, close in the dark regions. Blah. Some more plant stuff. New creature, a sap sac. Chemical reaction within sac produces a violent explosion when agitated. Because of its irresistible odor and sweet nectar, the sapsack was nearly eaten out of existence. The evolution of an explosive chemical sac saved it. Not only brave or ingenious creatures dared to devour it. Or I can just blow it up for fun, I suppose. New creatures entry. Blast cap. Volatile chemicals within the Swede's toxic fungal cap. They explode if agitated. Poisonous flesh of the blast cap helps keep it from being eaten. It also detonates its fungal cap when it senses even slight contact. And so basically don't touch it. And that is a zoomer. Anchors itself to walls and other surfaces. Avoid contact with spikes. Basic nerve center, located directly above the zoomer's mandibles, detects nutrients. Sharp spines protect it from casual predators, but the lack of a reinforced carapace makes it vulnerable to indirect attacks. Just like that. That is not a zoomer, that is a Geemer. Wall-crawling mollusk with retractable spikes. An evolutionary offshoot of the zoomer family. When threatened, it extends its lethal spikes and retracts its head deep into its armored carapace. Well, I don't have missiles, or else I'd try to shoot it. But my missiles were disabled by an explosion. And what have we here? Blood flower, able to eject toxic spores. Toxins are poisonous even to the blood flower itself. That doesn't sound very, that doesn't sound like a good evolution. 3 mouth nodules protrude from the stalk beneath the flower, each with a rudimentary brain cluster and the ability to spew toxic fumes at anything within a 5-meter radius. Spores ejected from the stigma at the center of the flower are sufficient to kill this creature if they explode in its vicinity. Angleweed. Plant life with basic sentience, retracts into the ground if threatened. Angleweeds are only dangerous to small organisms. They're covered in tiny barbs designed to trap potential meals. Lack the strength to do anything more than hinder large life forms. Excuse me, are you really going to shoot at me? Can I scan your shoot? No. That's still very rude. Fortunately, there is a blast shield on the door blocking access. It is invulnerable to beam weapons, but explosive weapons may damage it. If only I had a missile. Oh, they're just beetles, right? Yeah, those are just beetles. What is that? Stone surface lichen grows on appears too smooth to be natural. Oh, right. Oh, we will remember that for later. Definitely. Access to Chozo Ruins West granted. And the Chozo are basically another highly advanced race that is mostly extinct now, not completely. Ridley, the space pirate general, had killed Samus's parents and she was raised by the Chozo, and actually has some of their DNA in her. Her suit is made by the Chozo. There's a lot of backstory with that. So she gets to interact a lot with Chozo-related things. Abnormal seismic activity detected. Seismic disturbance at ruined site. He detected that seismic activity from pretty far away. A new Chozo lore entry. The history of the Chozo stretches back into ancient times, so far into the fog of the past that we know not where our ancestors came from. One thing is clear, however, the Chozo who colonized Talon 4 made a conscious choice to eschew a civilization of advanced technology. We Chozo choose to live in harmony with nature, guided by the providence of the universe. We believe we will spend peaceful days here and plan to leave our words from time to time. I don't suppose they could have just, written a book or something. I don't think books are too technological. The beautiful yet unfortunately desolate Chozo ruins. Large branches forcibly intertwined, forming a bridge. Alright. That is... Well, it won't tell me what it is. It's just saying I cannot reach it. It has to say that because it knows the player would try. Seeing it right there. That's basically an energy tank with just another full health bar. These aren't parasites. They are scarabs, exploding parasites, so I guess they are parasites, that can embed their bodies in solid rock. Scarabs think nothing of sacrificing themselves for the safety of their swarm. When a hostile life form is sighted, they block its progress by embedding themselves in floors and walls. They violently self-destruct when threatened. Ion, immobile organisms entirely composed of ocular tissue. Capable of launching sustained energy beams when active, the ion is sensitive to light and will close shut if a bright flash ignites nearby, such as being shot in the eye. Excuse me. Many long years have passed since Chozo first took root in this land. The passage of time has always been a source of fascination to us. It is the belief of many Chozo sages that the truths of the universe hide within the tumbling currents of time's flow. Even as we search for answers there, however, we find illumination in other unexpected places. We know not how the ability has come to us, but recently many Chozo have begun to witness things beyond the realm of ordinary. Strange sights and inexplicable sensations flood our minds, filling us with visions. We take this growing ability to be a sign of our burgeoning harmonization with the infinite. Perhaps, finally, the universe's secrets are becoming known to us. Perhaps, or they're doing a lot of drugs. Object resides at the end of a high channel, set into a wall. I wonder how we can get through that. Unusually high concentrations of poison identified in tree leaves. I can't jump over the tree. An ornate wall hanging with a highly reflective surface, it does not appear important. Does not appear important. Ow. These are the war wasps. Airborne insect equipped with a venomous stinger capable of shearing steel. War wasp rarely strays far from its hive unless it is pursuing an immediate threat. It attacks with no regard for its own survival, dive bombing its enemy with stinger extended. Fast-working toxins from the stinger can incapacitate most small organisms. Well, good thing I'm not a small organism. And this is the hive. It is their primary dwelling and only vulnerable to heavy weaponry. They build their homes over existing crevices using whatever materials are close at hand. They carry building fragments back to the construction site with their forelegs and glued them into place with adhesives secreted from their abdomen. So, I cannot get rid of their hive right now. But I can destroy them, as all wasps deserve, no matter the game or reality. This is the save station. Of these. Chozo sculpture crafted in honor of Talon's star. So, like, just in honor of the sun. The only translatable symbol is Chozo. And that one is the same. Petrified organic matter looks like a rock carved into the shape of an eye. Another War Wasp hive, which we are going to bypass for sure. Plasmite, small insect capable of storing and releasing thermal energy. They're attracted to sources of heat, thriving on the energy present there, and they emit light when hunting and will expel small bursts of thermal energy when threatened. Oh, how about we just destroy them? Drainage possesses traces of high-level toxins. Doesn't seem very natural. Look, a bridge leading to what appears to be my missiles. Surely this will be as simple as it looks. Mechanical device appears to be inactive. Life forms are detected within the hollows of the machine. Well, time to cross the bridge. Or not. A new creature's entry. Hive Mecha. Security unit programmed to work with predatory hive dwellers. The design flaw makes the shielding on Hive Mecha weak around their access ports. These units are second-generation combat drones, able to interface with organic units at a higher level. They train, shelter, and work within hive-dwelling predators. Unarmed, they rely on their hive beasts to handle any threats. I need to scan these hive dwellers. Owie. Ram War Wasp, airborne predator, circles its prey and then strikes. War wasps are the only species on Talon 4 to evolve a true hive mind. Nesting in damp, dark places, they emerge in small groups when threatened and circle their enemy at high speeds, disoriented. Striking from all sides as single intelligence, they can fell huge organisms. Device is emitting a high-frequency signal, which is more than likely the cause of the wasp swarms. Well, this machine is no match for us. We're far too pro. It seems the machine is out of wasps. And it is now relinquishing what we need. Is our missiles. Missile launcher. And now we can access a few doors. And now we get this, which is an energy tank. Increases energy capacity by 100 units. That, however, is a small tunnel. Width of the opening is approximately 1 meter in diameter, which is much smaller than what Samus is. If only Samus could alter her joints in a motion that resembles crawling. Sadly, that is not possible. It is, however, possible to turn into a ball if we repair that function. Alright. No more wasp. And I believe... Oh, I thought there was hidden... I must be thinking of somewhere else. Where am I? I must be thinking of somewhere else. But we do have access to a map station. Now we'll have map information of the Chozo ruins. Chozo ruins are a bit bigger than the ship. I scanned the destroyed wasp hive. I can. Ruined hive. Resourceful insects. The destruction of a hive will not deter the survivors from building a new home. Surviving wasps will defend new sites with their lives until the hive is complete. Pipes are part of an irrigation system. Can I destroy these with missiles? Cannot. Well, the missiles are depleted, and there are missiles there for me to pick up, but I don't know if I can reach them. I could, and I did. Means we are going to proceed onward. I was hoping I'd be able to destroy them, but alas. Get out of here, nerds. Excuse me, gentlemen. I saw a door that I need to access. What is that? Passageway to shrine. Alright, and here is Shrine. That appears. And what, pray tell, could that be but a ball? A morph ball, as it were. Fractures found throughout sandstone wall. Blue orbs are light sources. Weird stonework that is refined to atypical smoothness. And some magnetic rail system detected. Very interesting. How they have all these technological marvels, despite saying they wanted to live here to eschew technology. Sure are a lot of beetles. That is a sufficiently larger beetle. Significantly, not sufficiently. It is sufficiently larger for me to note it, and it is a significantly larger. Well, ow. Plated beetle. Full armored burrowing insect vulnerable only in the rear abdomen. Thick cranial plating repels frontal attacks. This gives it an advantage in combat, allowing it to make ramming attacks, only surfacing when it detects vibrations above. It then maneuvers itself so as to always face its rival, keeping abdomen protected. We can dash. And by dashing, we have destroyed it. Which in turn means we have the power of ball. Ball. Neom. And ball can go through tunnel. Hello, I see you're still here. Now, with power of ball, we can potentially do a few things, go a few places. Ball and missile, actually. We're gonna start by going up here. Or down. Because there was a missile door. But there's also some other stuff, potentially. Such as this low elevation cave, which hides a missile expansion. So we can have more missile. There might be other stuff. Well, I mean, I fell, but doesn't really mean much. I don't even think I needed ball to get over here. Rock formation blocks most of the tunnel, but there's a small opening for, say, a ball. Now, who could those people be?
Recurring to logbook.
Flying pirate. Pirates trained and equipped for airborne assault. Flying pirates are extremely agile in the air, but the heat signatures of their jetpacks can be tracked with thermal imaging. While their missiles are extremely potent, their jetpacks can be even more so. If the pack fails, they'll make a suicide strike. And they fly away. Also, that's the ship that we were just on that kind of crashed down here. How about that? A viable attach point for the grapple beam. Your grapple beam was damaged from the explosion and cannot currently be used. How very unfortunate. Crate appears to be the same type of container found on the Space Pirate Research Frigate. The material seeping out is highly toxic. Analysis indicates that this may be the Phazon compound the Space Pirates were using in their biological experiments. Hello, hello, and welcome to It Is a New Game. Well, it's technically an old game, but it's been remastered, so it is new. It is the utter masterpiece that is Metroid Prime. And it looks very gorgeous compared to the original, I must say. Even if the Switch is behind in technology, it can still these things look nice if it has an art style. And I greatly appreciate you drawing. I very, very much love what I've seen so far. Well, we definitely can't progress that way. So it is back. Excuse me, Beatles. Now with the power of a missile, we can shoot him. Oh yes, I should do that, shouldn't I? Oh, I like that one a lot. That looks very nice, I must say. And very adorable. Well, was that one you drew, Roxy? Or colored? Oh. Oh wait, no, that one's from earlier. I only just now saw that. That part of my Discord was cut off. There was an image you showed me earlier, but I thought it was new. Which both of you draw very well. More grapple beam points for the grapple gun, but it's broken. And that is incubating life forms below the surface. Some more beetles, because everything in the future is bugs. Yeah, the sweating emote is the one I saw. But I can't wait to see all of them. Some very hot rocks if there's steam. Oh, speaking of things, more missiles is always nice. It's true, unfortunately. I despise them. Oh, this goes to Magmore Caverns. Alright. Excellent. Time for... Well, I was gonna say time for amazing music, but literally the whole game is amazing music. But I've always loved this thing. Well, once I get out of this room. Oh, that's hot. Okay, let's not go there. That's also hot. I don't actually think we can do Magmore Caverns. Okay, the good music will have to wait. That is true, because I always have a can of Pepsi. I'm not sure if Roxy has mentioned, but I've literally drank nothing but Pepsi since I was like 5. Well, it's not always been Pepsi, but I've drunk nothing but soda since I was 5. Pepsi is just the common thing. The steamed ham. That's very good. Yes, I've been a very bad influence on Roxy. So, I guess that means I can call myself an influencer. The hot tub is... We'll just add that to the list of things I'll buy once I have money. I... do. Go back to the Chozo ruins. We need to get a good suit. Oh, I think I just didn't go up. That would make sense. Waving is very essential. Excuse me, bugs. I'm coming through. I'm just saying, I don't know about the Chozo, but I would not want to live on a planet that's like 99% bugs. But based on having played every Metroid game, it's like every planet is 99% bugs. Fountain choked by overgrowth. Toxin levels are high. Something is very clearly wrong with this planet as there's toxin everywhere.
Recording to logbook.
The surges of negative energy brought by the meteor far exceed our expectation. We chose have yet to find a way to rid ourselves of the great poison. All we can do now is seal it away and wait for the day when a power to purify the poison appears. However, it is already impossible to collect all the pieces of the great poison. as it has already spread, seeping into the planet and hardening. Well, I guess a meteor did, but the meteor apparently did not dip, in fact. They have imprisoned the meteor and sentenced it to hard labor and jail time. Uh-oh.
Recorded to logbook.
What are you? A Reaper Vine, powerful rock-dwelling tentacle. A single eye upon the Reaper Vine keeps a constant vigil, but its vision is limited to 10 meters. Scythe-like appendage on its tip is honed to lethal sharpness. It will swing its blade wildly at anything that enters its zone of perception. Sound overly convenient. Runic symbol has been activated. 4 runic symbols in this room must be activated.
Recorded to logbook.
Venomweed, poisonous plant that retracts into the ground if threatened, evolved to thrive in the habits of large habitats. They lure prey with brightly colored leaves and detain it with tiny barbs that deliver a powerful toxin. Rapidly decompose anything that succumbs in their midst. So I guess 99% bugs and plants would be more accurate. Another runic symbol. Another runic symbol, so we have one more to activate. Overwhelming toxin levels have rotted all leaves. You can see, Roxy, what I was talking about by the lock-on system. This is a very easy shooter for anyone to play. Where is that the other runic symbol? Yes, it is. Which has opened a door. And I do love doors. Strangely, it's a door that I don't have to shoot, which is also another weird design choice throughout the entirety of the Metroid universe. You simply cannot go anywhere if you don't have a gun. So I'm guessing that means America just colonized all of existence and all races.
Recorded to logbook.
Large energy replenishes 20 energy. I don't have my charge beam, so I can't actually get that hit. Actually, don't have the bombs, do I? No. So I cannot go that way. So we will continue this way. Path of corruption leads ever higher. Sure, whatever that means. That does mean we get a save station. Alright. We'll look at the map before we go anywhere. I guess we can go this way first. Before we go up. That which follows the waters seeks the sun. Toxicity levels elevated. Analysis indicates proximity to source less than 300 meters. Great poison comes from Talon's core. Toxicity levels critical. Contact with contaminated water extremely hazardous. Ah, here's the wall I was thinking of. It's just mirrored. I usually have my camera on this side, but because of the way the DS was, I had it on the other side, so it wasn't blocking as much. Right. Just blow up some mushrooms for no reason. There's also rune symbols in this room that I must scan to unlock something else. Yes, there are 4 runic symbols in this room as well.
Recorded to logbook.
Missile ammunition. I thought I already scanned that, but I guess not. And there is a second rune symbol. Looks like they used to have fountains here, but the poison kind of put a damper on that. Rune symbol number 3. And where is rune symbol number 4? So that's the big door that needs 4 symbols. Oh, I think it's just on the wall there. And that will allow us to open the door and get our charge beam back.
Recorded to logbook.
Disaster struck suddenly. We had a vague, dark foreboding, and it became truth. A meteor appeared from nowhere, casting a dark shadow of debris over the land with the violence of its impact. Its destructive force spent, the fallen star burned itself out rapidly, and the incident should have faded into memory. But the meteor brought with it corruption. A great poison burst forth into the land, a strange energy that clawed at natural life with a ferocity. That strange, negative energy emitted from the meteor expanded to encompass Talon 4 in a night, as a spider weaves a web. Oh boy, I've scanned 25% of stuff. That's also a very fast poison, considering this was a planet. Oh no, the wall eyes have been activated. Good thing I just got exactly what I need to blind them forever. Yes, they are indeed wall eyes. They're just organisms made entirely out of eye tissue, for some reason, that can also shoot laser beams. But it's science, so it's fine. This is a very interesting sci-fi universe with lots of sci-fi lore in these games. Not that it's all like makes sense, but it's there. Now we shall proceed upward, I believe. Where I go to go up? I just jump across. Excuse me. How about you don't do that? Let me actually scan them, finally.
Recording to logbook.
Shriek bats, territorial ceiling dweller, body temperature peaks at 121 centigrade. I don't live in that weird land across the ocean, so I forget what that is in Fahrenheit, but I'm pretty sure 100 is boiling point, so more than that. They have shriek bats of high internal temperature, making them easy to spot with thermal imaging, and they roost on cave ceilings while hunting for small prey. Fiercely territorial, they dive bomb anything that wanders near, and die in the process usually. Yeah, they just literally kill themselves. That's fine. If nature made them that way, then clearly it works. Superstructure stabilized, further collapse unlikely, if you say so. A lot of sandstone blocks. I wonder how we might deal with those. We just poke some eyes with high charged energy. Inactive platforms under the water. And a door we want to get to. Oh, we need to find out how to open that door. Not step in the dirty water. The water is so toxic, it would literally hurt me in this metal, super futuristic suit. This is not a bug, it is a stone toad. Preys on creatures smaller than itself, vulnerable only from within. Stone toad is able to remain still for days. It preys upon creatures smaller than itself, inhaling them whole. Anything it finds undigestible, it regurgitates. Use of tusks as a last resort in combat. But they truly are only vulnerable from within. Even their eyes are immune to literal concentrated energy. I'll just leave him be. Seems fair. But we're back to our usual serving of more bugs, and also a flamethrower. Incinerator drone, programmed for high temperature waste disposal. Schematics indicate a high risk of malfunction when internal core is damaged. Minimal combat programming, but can defend itself if necessary. Drone's intense heat blast compensate for its lack of battle prowess. I forget. Oh, I'm supposed to shoot that, right? Can I scan that? No. And then it lights the wasps on fire, which makes them mildly upset.
Recorded to logbook.
Barbed war wasp, with the ability to launch its stinger at prey, highly aggressive member of the family, propel the tip of its stinger up to 20 meters, which also regrows in seconds, and contains an acidic compound designed to pre-digest prey. Well, that saves some time. I told you you were supposed to nap. You said you were sleepy, like, before I even started streaming. Well, that's fair. I forego sleep for video games, so I know what that's like. Oh, oops, let me not stand right in the fire. Oh, well, I also do that sometimes. So, also understandable. And now we've got bombs for the ball. So, we can turn into ball, and now we can use bombs while turned into ball. Yum. A perfectly spherical metal ball. Well, mostly perfectly spherical. Minus the weird energy core that Samus has become by becoming ball. No one knows how the technology works. Oh no, good thing Toad is here. And Toad is no longer here.
Recorded to logbook.
A morph ball slot. Inserting the morph ball and detonating a bomb will cause these slots to send electrical impulses that can activate devices. Oh look, a device. How very convenient. Now it's draining the septic tank and allowing us to access a lower level. Except there's a timer. The septic tank will overflow if I don't get down there fast enough. I don't remember if I'm going the right way. Yes. Lots of ball-based technology they have here. Ball and gun-based technology. And an energy tank. So that is yet another health bar. We are already up to 3 health bars. How wonderful. I don't think that's where we needed to go, though. Actually, we can't do anything else here because we need more power. More technology, rather. Excuse me, bats. I know you really want to commit suicide, but I can't help you. Oh. Nah, I've had enough of wall eyeballs. I'm gonna take the easy way. Yum. Excuse me, just a ball coming through. Now we can actually get up to the door we activated like a while ago. Excuse me, wasps. Why are you so aggressive towards the ball? Wasps are just pure evil, no matter what the game is. Go in wall. Oh, that looks fun. Doesn't it? That is the power of plant.
Recording to logbook.
Flagra. Mutant plant is the source of toxic water in the ruins. Growth cycle has been radically accelerated. As a result, it requires near constant exposure to solar energy to remain active. This exposure has made Flagra's outer shell thick and durable. Its lower root system is unprotected and vulnerable, however. Exploit this flaw when possible. Concentrated weapon fire can daze it for short periods. Excuse me, sir. It's very mad when it doesn't have its sunlight. Thankfully, it's not smart enough to protect its source of light. You know, even though it's actually exposed to the sky, but it needs concentrated light. Normal light's just not good enough for it. And I think that's it. Usually Nintendo goes by the rule of 3, but there were 4, so probably we'll have to do it one more time. Excuse me, sir, that's rude. I'm trying to put those up. And that will end his source of light. And more importantly, cleanse the water. And more importantly, to our benefit, we get to repair our suit a bit more. Yeah, I wish Metroid was one of Nintendo's more popular series, because, like, the games are so unique and beautiful. Now, the most important of Samus's suit upgrades. The power of shoulder pads. Also, you know, like, being able to tolerate any level of heat, but, you know, that's a side benefit. Toxin scan is negative. Water is free of poison. So we can just, you know, walk along the bottom of it. Okay. Cosmetics are everything. Just look at the sales of games that have cosmetic things to buy.
Recorded to logbook.
Pulse Bamboo, life form of raw energy, periodically releases explosive segments. Energy beings invulnerable to most known weapons, electrical energy can harm them, however. They lack an intelligence beyond an instinctive attraction to other charged energy sources. They produce energy constantly, and all excess energy is shed, regardless of who or what is nearby. I don't have electrical damage, so I'll just let him be a little energy ball, I guess. What he wants to do. Ow. Excuse me, what are you?
Recorded to logbook.
Oculus, wall crawler that generates electrical pulses. Was its single eye when active, the electrical field that covers it is enough to deter most predators. If it detects anything capable of presenting a real threat, it retracts into its impermeable shell. That's nice for it, isn't it? Excuse me, wasps. No. No wasps for you. No hive for you. Cordite wall. We... Do we have anything that can break cordite? Is that missile? That is not missile.
Recorded to logbook.
Hey, eyes are a very important evolutionary advantage. So important that even, like, the walls started developing eyes. Cries of the the cries of this dying land echo in our ears as we Chozo watch the great poison seep ever further into the living pulse of the planet. The dark energy sinks into the trees and waters, devouring all life. Peaceful beasts die by the thousands. Some creatures survive, but their forms grow as twisted and evil as the force that fell from the sky. Many of these mutated monstrosities remain small enough to do little harm, but others grow enormous and threaten our very existence. One such beast defiles our sacred fountain, disgorging poison from its foul form, replacing pure flowing water with cascades of creeping death. Even in the face of such horror, we Chozo do not turn in fear. We are all that stands in the way of this great poison. It is our duty to... Sounds like that big plant we just killed. Ah, yes. Now we can find a teleport to Magmore. Wait, where does this go? Oh, that we've already been there. How indeed. The Chozo are no longer on this planet. They've all died out from here. Right, now onto the fire area with the cool music. Excuse me. Howie.
Recorded to logbook.
Frisbee. Subvolcanic carrion feeder. Carapace can be breached by missiles. Carapace has been fused together by superheated air. This barrier stands up to everything but concussive blasts. Its intelligence is limited to instinctive scavenging patterns. Well, now it is limited to not existing. Owie. Excuse me, sir.
Recorded to logbook.
Burrower. Tunneling insect predator similar to the beetle, though it spends more time underground. Seeks seismic disturbances and surfaces to attack. It is enough cunning to realize when something is too large for it to handle. Beyond that, it is fairly ignorant. What it lacks for in brains, it makes up for in aggression. Oops, let's not walk backwards into the lava. Okay, here we go. That's your friendly lava dragon. Magmor, fire-breathing serpent that dwells in lava. Magmors prefer extreme heat zones and are susceptible to frigid attack forms. Sightless, they navigate the lava currents using their sonar receptors, keen sense of smell, enabling them to pinpoint targets with startling accuracy. Also, they can breathe fire.
Recorded to logbook.
Puffer, unstable gas-filled organism, will rupture on contact, fill their bodies with lethal meta-vaporium gas, and float about in search of food. Ruptured, the gas is violently released, and despite having fragile bodies, they are aggressive hunters. The gas they release upon death is often fatal to the creature that brings them down. Unless, you know, you just shoot them. It is quite a bit of lava, but nothing we can't handle. What is that? That's... Excuse me. Where do you think you're going? Oh. Right, the gas is bad. Mostly everything, not Toad. The stone Toad was weak to bomb. Weak to eating bomb. But, you know, he can survive a nuclear warhead to the face, that's fine. Yeah, that's Stone Frog. Oh, that is true. Just gotta somehow get him to eat him. Somehow get him to eat it.
To logbook.
Triclops, hard-shelled creature with powerful jaws. It's a hunter-gatherer. It collects small creatures and bits of foodstuff and then deposits them elsewhere for later consumption. Hard, tripartite mandibles it uses to move earth and rock are quite strong and difficult to escape once ensnared. Now, where are we going? I believe... Oh, might as well explore down first. Wait, don't grab me, grab a bomb. Son of a... Excuse me, sir. That is very rude. These small creatures literally just looking for food, and I'm dropping them bombs while I drive by. What kind of reality do they live in where they think they can mind their own business? I live in a reality where I've got even more missiles. I think that might be the only thing to find this way. Maybe. Means that we can proceed onward and upward. Or upward and onward. Either or. Incoming scan data. Just good health. Foreign technology present. I'm pretty sure is where we're heading. Fendrana drifts. Good thing my ship's computer is so good, it can literally detect foreign technology on a whole different part of the planet from where it's landed. Speaking of foreign technology, there's a lot of turrets here that look suspiciously similar to the space pirate turrets. That is true. When in doubt, ball. I already scanned that. Yeah. It wants me to go that way, so I might as well go that way first. Well, suffice to say, this looks suspiciously like the space pirates might have built some stuff down here. Geothermal power routing to the station is complete. Unstable magma flow is a concern. Remove tower from geothermal grid if fluctuations exceed safety levels. Local crystal formations possess low phazon residue. They do have high value to the monks of Grandheim, however. Recommend processing of crystal for that market once phazon operations cease. Report any signs of magma predator activity to Security Central at once. Oh. Did I not scan that one? Immersion pistons are leaching power from the magma pools as planned. Geothermal power source is promising. Recommend Energy Command deactivate Central Dynamo and switch to geothermal power at once. That's definitely space pirate talkings. I guess we gotta go find them and teach them not to be space pirates. And now we can take the elevator to Fendrana Drifts. But we can't take it as ball, unfortunately. If only ball was that powerful. Perhaps eventually. That is ice. Yes, I realize it blocks. Yeah, I need to get a good look of how, like, when you shoot a missile, you can see her reflection in the helmet. I need to get a better view of it next time I use a missile. That was even in the GameCube version, but it looks much nicer now. Or a beautiful winter wonderland.
Recording to logbook.
Flickerbat, scavenger with optical camouflaging that renders it invisible to the naked eye. Only way to track them reliably is with X-ray imaging. They fly ceaselessly, hunting insects and other small prey that float on the air currents. Find cyclical hunting patterns using primitive sonar to navigate. Grading has become brittle, large traces of radion detected. I don't remember what can break that. Okay, I guess missile breaks radion.
Recording to logbook.
Crystallite, old weather scavenger. Reflects beam weapons and can only be cracked by a concussive blast. Hanging upside down during their larval stage, moisture runs off its body and forms the hard ice shell, which the crystallite retains for the rest of its life. Nature do be crazy like that. Oh, conveniently, I unlocked the door. Nature has weird ways no one quite understands. But nature do what it wants. Platform kept aloft by a gas-based propulsion system. Now, why that's easier than building a bridge, I don't know. I would assume a gas-based propulsion system is kind of expensive, but I don't know. I'm not a sci-fi engineer, so... Ow. Listen here, you little shit. I was not going to kill you, but now I'm upset. That is also an energy thing.
Recording to logbook.
Scatter Bamboo. Pulsing tendrils of energy extend from the body. They can only be harmed by electrical energy. Possible to avoid engaging them by rolling through. Well, not if I time it very poorly. And that is
To logbook.
Baby Sheegoth, Glacial Predator. Ice shell protects vulnerable dorsal area. Young Sheegoths grow a resilient shell of ice on their backs that serves to protect a layer of vulnerable flesh, this being their only weak point. Turn quickly in order to not allow predators the opportunity to strike at their backs. Fire bursts of ultra-cold gas at potential prey, then feast on their frozen victim. Well, I guess if you prefer to eat cold food, that is definitely an evolutionary advantage. Excuse me, sir. They're not good enough at turning. Alright, now we will continue to explore along the rooftops of these ancient buildings. I came from there, right? So I don't want to drop down there.
Recording to logbook.
Ice Burrower. Basically the same thing, but adapted to freezing climates. Oh, I'm just gonna leave you to your business. Excuse me. Oh yeah, those are the same ones we've already dealt with. And boy, there are a lot of them. Alright, so my charge beam can pull in power-ups, but it also pulls them in, so we're not gonna do that.
Recording to logbook.
As the great poison reaches ever further into the planet, we Chozo begin to feel the gnawings of despair, and before it is too late, we now make our last stand. We have begun to build a temple to contain this darkness. At its heart, we will place a cipher, a mystical lock powered by 12 artifacts, filled with as much power as we Chozo can harness. We wonder, though, even when we are done, will it be too late? Will the power of the temple and the cipher itself prove strong enough to hold back the poisonous tide that even now swells within the ground, threatening all life? Well, I'm probably gonna guess not, given the fact that you're all dead. He's got a very missile-proof back. Hey, never doubt the power of ice. Ice is truly the strongest element. Excuse me, sir. Ow. Ooh, another lore. So many creatures suffer beneath the blight upon the land, and we Chozo are no exception, but for all of our pain, we can at least believe in the promise of the future. We've come to believe that a time may never come when we can once again open the door and banish the darkness we've contained. Even so, our vigilance will forever remain. We believe that on some far-off day, a savior will come and continue what we have begun. For that savior, we will leave our ancient weapons and armor. The soul who can gather them will be the entrusted one, the one being first the evil that grows here. Of course, all the stuff I'm picking up comes with a catch. Very typical. I've gotta clean up some poison. Ow. Excuse me. Yeah, I do have to jump across. Listen here. I've had enough of you. Sick of you two with your icy back. Hey, when you don't have eyes or arms, you never miss leg day. In fact, every day is leg day. 8 days a week of leg day. And this gives me the power of boost. Ball is even better now. I should have actually looked at what button it was on this controller, but I was too busy not reading. Ball can jump, but ball can also do other ball-related things once I figure out the button. Ball can zoom. Zoom. Oh dear. Excuse me, zooming on through. Oh. For the most part. So I gotta actually figure out where I'm going. And where I'm going is somewhere. Oh hey, I know that shadow. Well, goodbye, Ridley. That is Ridley. He was killed, but he got better. He's a general of the Space Pirates, and they remade him with some more metally bits. Samus kills her like 5 times across all the Metroid games. Or kills him across... yeah, about 5 times. Yeah, it's just only a flesh wound. I think I've done all I can here so far. So back to Hotland we go. You know, that is a good question. Maybe he's jealous of the armor. It is pretty fancy. Or, you know, revenge for being killed. That would probably also do it. Also, hello and welcome to the stream. Oh, I don't want to break that. Although, I think I can get up there currently. Yeah, everyone's jealous of the ball powers. Well, I thought I could get up there. But that was, not getting up there. Pretty sure just... ah! The power of ball, at its true, most powerful. I can't zoom straight up. But I can do that. And now we have more health. And full health, more importantly. Or no more dying and falling into lava. Owie. Excuse me, turrets. I'm just coming through. No big deal. Ow. Oh. That's what happened. I was wondering why my jump didn't work. It's a bit hard to jump into a jet of fire, I would imagine. I like how that guy was so intently focused on me, he didn't bother to attack this guy. Like, he's no threat. He's not even food.
Recording to logbook.
Ooh, even more fancy missile ammunition. But I need to go in here, yes. And now we will definitely not fall off and go into the lava. We are expert at ball. Yeah, they really wanted to emulate the fuck out of that game, at least with the music. They've reused this theme in at least 4 games that I can remember. Probably even more. I did enjoy Super Metroid, but... Owie. I definitely prefer the Prime games to it. Oh yeah. That is true. They need to eventually compose a new fire-based theme. That's honestly one of the reasons I ended up loving Dread so much. I only played through my first and then all of the Metroids last year, but Fusion and Dread ended up being 2 of my tops. I really love the atmosphere of both of them. Okay, I cannot go this way just yet. Yeah, I was very excited when Nintendo released this. I can't believe they didn't give it any amount of hype. They're just like, one day they announced it, like, oh hey, this will be available later today. Bye-bye. Like, I wish they gave a bit more love to Metroid. But at least we did get another 2D game. I could never decide if I like this one or 2 more, but it might be this one. But 2 is also really good. I definitely like 1 and 2 more than 3. I'm hoping they all get remastered, honestly. The movement and the melee counter system. When I first saw that in the remake of 2, it was so satisfying to use it. And I'm so glad it was in Dread. But the being able to aim anywhere while moving, and it was just great. It made it a complete blast to play through in the one-hit mode, even though it was really full of dying and death. You'd think it would be. There's a lot of speedrun tactics I saw. Especially with the, Even though I've never usually liked it, the Shine Spark move is really good, and it was even at its best in Dread. I used that on my strategy on one of the bosses during my, whatever the hard mode, the Dread mode playthrough. It does so much damage if you can, like, chain it into the boss room. Yeah, I always got addicted to scanning and reading literally everything. I love lore. And that's just the big beetle. I don't need to scan him again. I have the power of Ball. I'm very excited for when we get Prime 4. Whenever that will be, like a century from now. Yeah. If I recall, I need to go. I don't know where I need to go. But is that it? I think. I think that's gotta be where I need to go. I know the room I'm looking for, but I can't tell if that's it. Excuse me, bugs. I'm just walking through. Don't mind me. Yes, this is the room I was thinking of. Good thing they hired Tony Hawk as an architect. It makes it very convenient to travel around. It's also not the direction I need to go. Okay, so not precisely where I actually need to go, but I will always take more missiles. But man, oh man, does this game look beautiful remastered. Where else is there a half pipe? Well, I know there's one here, but I don't know if it's where I need to go just yet. Excuse me. Ah, good old sandstone. Well, technically, also not where I need to go, but take it. Oh, this is what I need. If only I actually could jump that high. But I can jump better now. I can jump so much better that I can jump twice. Means I think I go back to Fendrana. There's definitely locations there I can do some jumping. Excuse me, what are you?
Recorded to logbook.
Seedling, plant-based ground feeder. Dorsal spines can be ejected in self-defense. Well, I'm sorry, but if you attack first, that's not self-defense. I would say... See, I only played them for the first time last year. I streamed all of them, like, pretty much back-to-back. So, in as far as it only goes back, like, a year, yes, just because I love them so much. But not, like, nostalgia in the more normal sense, like I played it when I was a kid. Like, even coming to the entire series from a modern viewpoint, I thought they were all pretty much amazing. Except Federation Force, which wasn't bad, but, that didn't really need to be there. Space pirate data. Field team reports are in on an age structure of alien design, built on the surface of Talon 4. Studies show the structure projects a containment field. This field bars access to a prime source of energy within a deep crater. The science team believes the field is powered by a number of strange Chozo artifacts. We have found some of these relics and studies on them have begun. As this field could hinder future energy production operations on Talon 4, we must dismantle it as soon as possible. If this means the destruction of the Chozo artifacts, it will be done. Yeah, Super, from my understanding, was just so successful and so iconic that like everything tried to emulate at least part of it in some way.
Recorded to logbook.
Which, can't blame them, but without the nostalgia, I definitely preferred other games to Super. I think I remember, if I remember the timeline right, Super is like 1 or 2 games after this, so I played Zero Mission, then this, then I think Prime Hunters, and then it might have been Super. Or maybe it was 2, then Super. But either way, it was like... No, Super would have had to have been a lot later, because Super is after Metroid 2. Yeah, with some series I played through, I am quirky in my OCD need to play games in a specific order. But I play a lot of things in timeline order. So it was like Zero Mission, Prime Hunters, Prime 2. Prime 3 might have been after Prime 2, but then I know it was the remake of 2, then Super. Yeah. I was pretty much spoiled already from Zero Mission's map, and how these games are structured, that a lot of things in Super were not my favorite. And I found some of the boss fights were kind of Okay. The containment of the Great Poison. This task has fallen to the Chozo, and we will not flee from our duty, even as we suffer with the land and its creatures. We will pour our will into the 12, the artifacts which form the lock that holds this great evil at bay in the depths of the planet. This lock must stand up to all who might come to assault it. To preserve the power of the seal and to protect it from those who would meddle for their own designs, we will spread the artifacts across the land, hiding them from prying eyes. The lock must never open until the day comes when this disaster can finally be put right. Chozo artifact. Wow, they sure spread that far and wide, putting it right in the center of everything. The artifact of truth. The truth is, they got tired of hiding them far out and wide, so they just left this one on the ground.
Recording to logbook.
The Sun Chamber high atop our ruined home became the nest of a great beast and a source of corruption. Many chosen spirits have been drawn to this tainted place, released their bond to the world to claim the artifact of the wild.
Recording to logbook.
Heat of Magmore was a test for many warriors. A shrine in their honor holds the artifact of strength.
Recording to logbook.
In one of Talon's far corners, a grove of life lies. Reveal the pillar beneath the waves to find the artifact of the Chozo.
Recording to logbook.
Invaders have claimed Phendrana as their own. Tower sits atop their fortress. Collapse it to reveal the chamber where the artifact of Elder is held. Which raises the questions, how did they know that happened when they're all dead? I'm guessing some of the ghosts are updating the records on these. A tall cave stands at Phendrana's edge. Seek the unseen entrance at its top to find the artifact of spirit.
Recording to logbook.
There's a tower within the ruins where light always shines. Move through the waters there to find the artifact of Life Giver. I think this is the last one I need to scan.
Recording to logbook.
Within the ruins of our home, we honor our fallen elders in a great hall. A chamber beneath the statue holds the artifact of world. Alright. So begins the great quest of artifacts, but also needing to find more of my equipment. Excuse me. So probably back to Phendrana to begin with. Well, if I'm going to Phendrana, it would actually be faster to go there. Excuse me, sir. No such thing as fall damage here. The suit is very good at preventing leg fractures. Brings us back to Magmore, and after a short jaunt, we'll be back in Pendron. I definitely prefer. Magmore is a bit too hot for my tastes. Also orange. Excuse me, sir. I have no time for your fire. I got places to be. However, I do have time to not get blasted into the lava again. Alright. I forgot that, I have to use the morph ball. Or I can be really lazy. And just do that. Okay, it's just a little third-degree burns. Excuse me, guns. Oh, I guess I can't bypass them as easily as I wanted to. They're a bit more dangerous than that. Maybe just a bit. I'm still used to wanting to run past everything after Castlevania the last several days. I don't think I can get the artifact. I know there's one in this room, kind of, but I don't think I can get it just yet. If I'm not mistaken. Or can I? Maybe?
Recording to logbook.
A spinner device. The generator built to the spinner can be activated by a rapid rotational force. Let me see then. Also, I'm glad the pirates have very convenient technology that I can use. It's very helpful. And there it is. And there is also something I can't break just yet. And more artifacts. Very nice. I wonder how much sequence breaking could be done in this game. If I actually remembered more of it, I might have tried something. But I don't actually know. I don't think the Prime games are as meant for that as the 2D ones are. Oh, I thought I needed a super missile for the Magmore Caverns one. If I just need a normal missile, then I will make sure to grab that on my way back. Alright. Androna looks so beautiful in the remaster. I mean, it looked good before, but they really did a great job with this. I would love to see... I forget the actual name of the zone, but the city from 2. The kind of... wherever all the robots are from. That would look amazing in Remastered. Yeah. Like, even games that I haven't played in my childhood, like, I remember almost everything about with Nintendo. Like, it's been years since I played Odyssey, but I still remember, like, almost every detail about it. Helps that that ended up being my favorite 3D Mario, but... I can make that, right? Or am I jumping from the wrong spot? No, I'm not. Cordite, you say? Wait. No, Cordite is Super Missile. Yeah. I'm not in a huge rush to get the remake, because I played the original, and it stuck with me, like, a little bit, but... eh. Although I am excited for the Resident Evil 4 remake. I understand a lot of people are iffy on this era of remakes and remasters, but I feel that a lot of the ones we've gotten are so good that I just want more. Yeah. I wish Nintendo would do remakes, or at least more remasters like this. I was so disappointed. I didn't buy it because I was disappointed, but I was so disappointed when they're like, hey, we're gonna release some old Mario games on Switch for $60, but also we changed nothing about them. And it's limited time, for some reason. Chozo balancing a plate. Well, he should be in the circus if that's what he's good at. Excuse me. You mind? I'm living here.
Recording to logbook.
Ice parasite. Crystalline outer shell. Yeah. Basically the same as the normal parasites. Except made of ice. No, I need the plasma beam to get something here, which may or may not be another artifact. Yeah, actually, 7 and 8 are my favorites. 'Cause I tend to prefer first-person games because I find them more immersive. And 7 and 8 were like actually horror. I mean, 8 was more actiony, like 4, but it also managed to do horror. Which is another reason I'm hyped for the 4 remake, because they're leaning more into the horror from what I understand. While still maintaining the action feel. Chozo Philosopher. The statue is flawless. Chozo Warrior. The statue is flawless. A Shaman. And it's got stress factors. Well, I guess they don't really care much for their shamans. Well, that's fine by me, because now I can ball. That's very true, though how 7 went, combined with how the remake of 2 went, I wouldn't even mind if they, like, did an actual remake of 1 in the style of 2 and 3. Well, more so 2, because 2 is actually complete, and 3 is a bit lacking. Which is a shame, because I really loved 3. The original 3. So at least they definitely seem to be giving the proper care to the 4 remake from what I've seen, and aren't really cutting anything. Yeah. The Clock Tower, it's memorable, because well, most every section in that game is memorable because of Nemesis. And I suppose that's my biggest problem with what happened with 3, is because after 2, and how well they did Mr. X, I guess I expected Nemesis to get a lot more prominence than he really did. Oh my lord. Samus, why don't you just reach out and grab it? You were right there. Yeah, I mean, I like the dodge mechanic in 3. And the hunters were actually, like, immensely terrifying and very effective. Oh, even what they did with the hunter gammas was amazing. Oh no. Don't freeze me. And here we got the not infantile version of those things. Sheegoth, supreme predator of the Phendrana Drifts. Invulnerable to most beam weapons, crystals on their back absorb energy which they can fire at prey. Sheegoths have poor stamina, they hyperventilate after using the breath attack, making their mouth area vulnerable. The soft underbelly of Sheegoth is susceptible to concussive blasts. In battle, they expel blasts of frigid gas to ensnare their targets. They are also fond of ramming and trampling their hapless prey. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna elect to not die to him if possible. But now, thinking about Dread again, and fighting bosses in Prime again, I don't know if it really wouldn't work in a first-person game, but god, having the mobility of Dread, but also in Prime, sounds amazing in theory. Excuse me, that's very rude. Yeah. I was gonna say Mirror's Edge, probably, but It's a very specific type of FPS. Ow. Which is very true. And it does what it does very well. Well, given all that's as far as the Metroid series has come, I'm very excited to see what they do eventually pull out for 4. Though, given that Nintendo has only recently discovered that language, given that Nintendo's just recently discovered the genre, I kind of half expect Prime 4 to be a lot more open world. So I'm not entirely sure what that would look like. But that's Nintendo being like 10 years behind industry trends. Although the open world trend never really went away. It started quite a long time ago. Now we've got a new beam power, which I hit the wrong button for. I'm trying to think of what button beam. No. Yeah, Ubisoft, they've definitely... Okay. You're really gonna make me look at the controls, because I skipped through reading them? How dare you, game? Okay. My main problem with a lot of open world games, which again is largely an Ubisoft thing, is when there's just a whole bunch of mindless puzzles and collectibles. Like, I love puzzles, and I love collectibles. Like, collectathons are some of my favorite types of platformers. But open world games have really gone immensely overboard with that concept. Pretty much. I haven't played an Ubisoft game in... Well, I'd like to say I haven't played an Ubisoft game in forever, but technically Ubisoft has made 2 of my favorite Nintendo games, ironically. But to be fair, they're not open world games. They are both Mario Rabbids games, which still feels weird to say even this much later. So I will give them credit for those, at least. That is a reminder that I need to play Arkham Knight. I've played the other Arkham games, but I didn't play Arkham Knight at release because of how it was on PC, and then I just never got back to it. Where am I going? I am going to Purple Door. There's purple door. I do love the wave beam. Now, if only the wave beam went through walls like it does in other games. Though again, that wouldn't really work in first person. Well, I mean, it could work with the X-ray visor if it was designed for that. Yeah, like, Prime had so many good ideas and features. It's why it's one of the games I would definitely say is a 10 out of 10 game, even against modern standards of gaming. Did I get this lore? I did not get this. No, yes, I did. Yeah, there was some stuff I liked about it. I think one of my favorite suits is from there. I mean, my favorite suit is the Dread / Fusion suit, but I think the light suit is my second favorite suit. But there's a lot they could have done. 3 was different enough, but there's also... I know I had some complaints about that game, but it has been a while. I know there's a lot of missed potential. I got so annoyed when I heard from Did You Know Gaming. Because one of the things I always wanted since Metroid, when I was first playing through them, was, hey, Samus is a bounty hunter. The games literally say this multiple times. It'd be cool if there's a game where you can do some, like, bounty hunting work. But then, like, I found out that Nintendo just called them Samus a bounty hunter without actually knowing what bounty hunter meant. And that just really annoyed me. Yeah, pretty much. Also, I just left the area because, as I remember from the original, these despawn at some point, so I want to make sure I scan them. Ice Shriek Bats. Basically, Shriek Bats, but ice. It's a shame, because I think there's so much potential for a bounty hunting-based Metroid game. Especially with space pirates and all the other weird creatures and things they got going on in the universe. But alas. Yeah, I mean, I liked all the different planets and stuff. I just wish there's more done with them. I think 3 also introduced, like, one minor complaint I had, which was more... 3, and to an extent, Fusion. Though I understand Fusion might have been some translation errors. Skirted around a plotline that I thought would have been really cool, but they really didn't follow that and went in the complete opposite direction. which I thought the Federation would turn out to be kind of bad and more malicious because of the way they were like, oh, let's just use Phazon. Oh, let's just use these things. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Let's just use this and that. And I wish they would have actually gone in that direction. Because that is really what I thought was going to happen playing through 3 and Fusion. And even Other M. Where am I? I'm looking for something. Where am I going to? Oh, there's the ball thing. I would say you're not missing much. That game does not have a great reputation. For a lot of reasons. Most of which I agree with. Oh wait, that's not the bomb thing, that's the boost. Now that does something. That is inactive. There we go. You know, the more I'm starting to remember about playing through these games, another thing I'll add to 2's credit was I really like some of the other abilities they added. This game does have super missiles, I just haven't gotten them yet. But I was just thinking of, like, oh man, I wish I could fly in this game. Or eventually fly, so the platforming will get easier when I have to come back. And then I remembered, well, you couldn't get vertical height. At least 2 had the what is it called? I can't even remember what it's called. Oh, yeah, the screw attack. That thing. One of the very iconic abilities of Samus. Yeah, I probably didn't get hit with the overly similar vibes as much since I played literally all of them right back to back. So it was all pretty similar to me. Just... I suppose I was just more just amazed that I didn't even play them for so long. I definitely wish I would have played them growing up. I only had Nintendo consoles for the longest time. I just did not ever touch Metroid. Yeah, I wish they would have at least gotten rid of the artifact hunt from 2. I definitely groaned a little bit when I got to that part. That's inactive, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Or is it? Yeah. Excuse me, sir. Just run at me while I scan you. Shadow Pirate. Pirate forces trained and equipped for stealth operations. A select group have access to sophisticated cloaking technology. The secure drains high levels of power, however, forcing them to rely solely on melee weapons in battle. Use enhanced detection gear when fighting these units. Well, I don't have enhanced detection gear. Oh no! Excuse me, can you not run right up to me? I'm trying to scan you. And there we go. The space pirates are finally here in force. Sentient, aggressive species well trained in weapon and melee combat. They wield galvanic accelerator cannons and four-mounted scythes in combat. This species seeks to become the dominant force in the galaxy, and their technology may help them realize this goal. Ruthless and amoral, the pirates care little for the cost of their ambition. Only the results matter. They take these very seriously. I need to get out of this corner. I think that would be ideal. Just make sure. Yep. Okay. Nothing new to see on there. Yeah, the atmosphere in Prime, like just the whole intro sequence, was really well done. I love mystery and horror elements in Metroid because I feel it suits the universe and like the thematics very well. It's another reason I really, really loved Fusion. In this game, just piecing the lore together about the Phazon. There's a door down there. That is a map room. I've scanned a map station. Yes, I have. Yeah, I feel they're not gonna do it, and it definitely risks running being overused if they do it again. But thinking of Fusion and then thinking of this game, I would I would love to see how creepy it would be to have a first-person Metroid game with the X parasites. I mean, the X parasites are kind of like the only natural kind of logical thing in universe to be the big threat. After Metroids, I've pretty much been nullified. But the X parasites were also pretty much nullified, supposedly. See, what do we got? Mining operations have begun near the crater where Phazon appears to be the most concentrated. Daily Phazon yields have increased 44%, and our mining system becomes more streamlined as personnel and equipment flows increase. Several incidents of Phazon-induced madness have been reported, prompting augmented life support regulations in the deeper chambers. Symptoms include loss of equilibrium, erratic respiration, muscle spasms, and in the most extreme cases, hallucinations. A timeline reassessment for the refinery operation is recommended, as the material proves more unstable than initial analysis indicated. Oh, we're already at 50% of the logbook. We have codified the newfound energy source as Phazon, a V-index mutagen of which we have very little reliable data. Indications point to a meteor of unknown origin expelling Phazon into the environment. This material appears to possess the power to mutate organic life forms sufficiently to withstand its poison. These mutations appear promising, with abrupt evolutionary leaps appearing in single-generation reproduction. Plans to establish a full science team on Talon 4 are being finalized. Xenome SA is undergoing relocation to Lab Hydra. Subjects transfer ordered after a pronounced increase in aberrant behavior. Security clearance ADR 13. Phazon infusion within central energy core of Xenome is at 70% saturation. Dosage is viable. Most terraforming and retrofitting of security checkpoints on Talon 4 is complete, but we continue to research the alarming epidemic of breaches by local creatures. Door records show no unauthorized entries, so we must presume the creatures are either slipping in undetected during daily personnel moves, or else finding their way in through subterranean tunnels. We have found many small breaches of this latter sort. Plug them wherever we can, but it is unlikely we will ever achieve full extermination within our current timetable. That's the problem with the future. Just, there's so many bugs in the future. Our initial tests exposing Talon 4's indigenous parasites to Phazon appear to be successful. Increases in strength, size, and aggressiveness are common in all test subjects, as well as unforeseen evolutions like additional poison sacs within the abdomen and the appearance of a second ring of mandibles in several subjects. These creatures were chosen because of their resilience, and it appears possible that, given enough exposure to Phazon, they may one day be able to survive on any planet we transport them to. Our methods will have to be refined. We currently have a 100% extinction rate after the 4th infusion period, and most survivors of the 3rd infusion stage are so violent and uncontrollable that they have to be euthanized. Even still, we remain hopeful that further experimentation will result in success. Yeah, I love connectivity between areas and just how it all flows together so nicely. They really nailed the world building with this game. Increased volatility recorded. Predator awareness indicated even in cold stasis. Euthanized after psychotic episode. Increased acidity levels recorded in Phazon. This is likely a side effect of Phazon ingestion by test subject. Yeah, and honestly, all these Phazon experiments, like, man, well, actually, like, midway during Prime 3, I really expected the Federation to fall literally right down the same slope. They even had the weird brain AI things. Meanwhile, I'm just like reading all of their files while some random pirate is still hanging out waiting for me to fight him. That is a good question, because the first, I was going to say first Prime trilogy, as if 4 is going to be part of a trilogy. I'm actually fighting space pirates, but bugs are probably in here too, yes. Prime 1, 2, and 3 is basically a trilogy about the Phazon, so 4, despite being 4, would probably have to be about something new completely. That's not even going into how it could be different gameplay-wise. Mandible mutation across all subjects. Mutation strain shows massive absorption capacity. Strain replication is now underway. Thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. And a first-person stalker AI would be amazing. I mean, we've already seen some of that in Resident Evil, but seeing it in Metroid with, like, again, if they decide to reuse the X-Parasite, which would really work for Stalker, because then it could change into various creatures. And there are some intimidating creatures in Prime in first person, so that gives them a lot of potential. Daily decontamination is now required for all personnel working in Lab E3. Oh,
Recorded to logbook.
I have. I really enjoyed it. Some people say it went on too long, and maybe, but it was a wonderful horror game. I I've always been a fan of the Alien series. It's definitely like the first Alien is a classic horror movie. Like I think anyone who's interested in horror should watch Alien because that's a good standard of horror, especially sci-fi horror. And Alien Isolation really captured how wonderful that series is at horror. Or at least how good the original game was. Original movie. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Samus Aran is directly inspired by Ripley. Research Outpost Glacier 1 in the Fendrana Drift region. Talon Forest Mountains is operating at 85% capacity. Sub-zero temperatures have made the Metroids sluggish and easy to control, even those well into phase-on infusion cycles. Cold containment stasis tanks are sufficient for the juveniles, but some of the larger Metroids have been moved to quarantine caves for safety purposes. Security doors remain an issue, as malfunctions due to ice occur every day. Large predators in the waste are also a concern as they continue to kill personnel and breach secure areas. Unfortunately, it has become clear that our containment teams cannot neutralize all of them without a vast increase in munitions and soldiers. Issue samples must be hand carried. Notify of all material moves. Also suppose they could do more with the space pirates, because, I mean, they're not really extinct. Though, the implication in Prime 3 is that we kind of, like, took over their home planet, I believe. So I'm not entirely sure how that's going to go. And also, if they're really committing to the idea that, like, literally every single space pirate is an unrepentant, wants to kill everything creature. Although there was literally a lore book on their ship that suggested they do trade with some people. So, uh-huh. Hello, sir. And with that, the space pirates are dead. At least these ones. I'm sure they infest the planet just as well as the bugs do.
Recorded to logbook.
Scans of the spiral sector detected a massive energy spike emanating from a Wanderer-class planet identified as Talon 4. Scout reconnaissance was immediately dispatched to the center. A landmass at heading mark blah 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 returned planetary samples and atmospheric imaging. Analysis shows the energy source to be an unstable radioactive material of enormous potential. We are unable to form an accurate risk assessment at this time, but we are unlikely to find an energy source this powerful again. Analysis will continue, but currently Talon 4 appears to be a viable secondary headquarters. Yeah, the pirates very quickly become no joke as they start adding in the variants. Spatial schematics and lockdown. Coordinate data.
Recorded to logbook.
Phase-on mining is underway. Several garrisons have been established, and terraforming of the Chozo ruins is underway. Security systems are operational, and science team continues to make progress in their biotech research. The Fendrana Drifts have proven to be an optimal location for research headquarters, and soon it will be joined by a fully operational combat base and starport. If Command's predictions are half true, we shall rise to dominance in the sector within a decacycle. Truly, these are glorious times. Very glorious, I'm sure. Or a node of projector currently deactivated. Yeah, I always love seeing, like, not only like two perspectives of the same thing in a game, but I love seeing the perspective of things from like the bad guys, quote unquote, point of view. Like previously in the series, like before Prime, the pirates just are bad and there's literally nothing that we see from their point of view. We just see them and kill them. So it's interesting to see like all their how they work, how they document things, and how they actually experiment. Still definitely the bad guys, but definitely a bit more to them than that. I need to activate this, but I forget. Oh, I see now. Not active. Where is the activator? Oh, there it is. Although I would really like to know why the pirates use ball-based technology. That I still need an explanation for. I see nothing else that could be used in these very ball-shaped receptacles. Definitely convenient for me. Yeah, the Chozo, because the Chozo built the suit and the technology, so that does make sense. But the pirates, I guess it's an overly elaborate and convoluted plan to use Samus's technology for their purposes by tricking her into going through their areas and activating stuff for them. But I don't think the space pirates are that intricate. There it is. You've heard of missile, but have you heard of super missile? Power beam and then use missile. We've got a fair amount of our upgrades. I know there's always, well, there's usually an explanation. And it definitely works from a gameplay perspective. But oh man, it does get silly after a while. Having Samus have to literally gather all our equipment every game. Especially when she arrives on the scene without technology she previously had. Like, in between this and Prime 2, she just doesn't have, like, any of this. I don't remember what the explanation for her losing it. Or if she even did lose it. I think she just didn't have a lot of it. I scanned you guys before, right? Yeah. Of course, the main problem from a game design perspective is that if she didn't lose all her stuff, they'd have to invent new stuff for her to get. Um, Melted with extreme heat. Well, I cannot melt it. That is true too. There are definitely options. It would just neat. It would be neat to see, like, starting in a Metroid game where you actually have everything and can use everything, but you just still need more and different stuff that actually works. Where's the on switch? Get out of here. Go expel your energy somewhere else. It's very indecent of you. And there it is. John Metroid himself.
Recorded to logbook.
Talon Metroid, energy-based parasitic predator. The effects of Phazon have turned these Metroids, a species of alpha predator native to SR-388, into a unique subspecies found only on Talon 4. A Talon Metroid will latch onto its prey and drain energy, growing larger as it does. The only way to shake and attach Talon Metroid is to enter Morph Ball mode and lay a bomb. So, basically, only Samus is immune to them. Also, Phazon has made them actually able to be killed without ice. So ironically, it seems Phazon in this case has actually made Metroids less effective, at least currently. Oh, excuse me, gentlemen, I need to read your log.
Recorded to logbook.
Confidence is high regarding Phazon applications. We know enough about Phazon now to begin combining it with Space Pirate DNA. Definitely a good idea. The code name for this venture will be Project Helix. Preliminary studies indicate that Phazon infusion can produce radical new pirate genomes. Benevolent mutation levels are high in current test subjects. Phazon madness is a concern, but refinements in the infusion process should reduce or neutralize the odds of mental degeneration. Energy-based creatures, Metroid show immediate mass increase upon energy absorption. All guards must use ice containment gear when transporting Metroids. This includes sedated specimens and those pronounced dead. In the event of a Metroid attack, repel creature with missiles set to maximum concussion. Well, see, the Space Pirates can't be all bad. They've literally got safety protocols. I just read about them. And what kind of evil organization has safety protocols? What is this thing in the center, though? I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at. It's part of a creature. Motion near Hunter Metroid DG appears to trigger psychotic episodes. Personnel are to stay at least 2 meters away from stasis tank. Hunter Metroid DS is showing signs of increased instability and a heightened immunity to cold dampening fields. Well, that's not good, is it, huh? Remains of experiment 7526, conversion of elite pirate unsuccessful. Oh right, that's what that attempted to do. Quarantine specimen exhibits highly aggressive behavior. Body structure composed of phase and ore appears nearly invulnerable. This has rendered our efforts to train and discipline subject useless. Quarantine cave has been secure. Specimen remains in the quarantine area. All experiments suspended pending pacification.
Recorded to logbook.
Studies of Metroid biology continue, though with limited progress. It seems likely that we will be much more successful using the Metroids for our means rather than trying to reproduce their powers. If they could be adequately tamed, we would have no need of a proper understanding of their metabolism. A small force of disciplined Metroids could wipe out entire armies, and once we find a way to shield them from cold containment weapons, they will be invincible. Furthermore, if we could then harvest the energy they'd consumed, we would have a near limitless source of power at our disposal.
Recorded to logbook.
All very good ideas. I see no drawbacks for what they're doing. Metroid dissection continues to provide more questions than answers. Our research teams have isolated the energy conduits that run from the invasive twin mandibles to the energy core in the creature's quadripartite nucleus. But the manner in which a Metroid actually extracts the life force from its prey remains an utter mystery. The victim does not lose blood or any other vital fluids, and yet the Metroid extracts energy. Identifying this energy is our central problem. It takes no physical form, and yet without it, the victim dies. We will continue to research this matter, as the isolation of this life-giving essence could be the key to our ascendance. Which basically makes it sound like the Metroid sucks out the soul of the victim. Which, honestly, for all we know, that could actually be what it is. Subjects massed at 180% of previous phase-on cycle, increasing dosage by 4%. No more soul-sucking for you, Metroid. So that's where I need to go. I think I got all the scans on this floor, for the most part. Contaminated, blah blah blah. And yet another energy tank. Very nice. Listen, you stupid beetle. Ice beetle. Same thing, but also ice. You know, they kind of really are just like jelly head crabs, come to think of it. Minus the whole, like, trading zombies part. Yet. Now, just wait until they make the space pirates invent that. And then we could have a zombie-based Metroid game. Excuse me. It was a bit dangerous to be operating that vehicle in this enclosed space. Central tank control circuit connection terminated. Thermal imaging. Download the tactical visor prototype. No more Metroids. Nope. We've almost unlocked our new toy. Oops, I just fell like completely off of everything. Fine, I don't think I actually missed anything. Thermal visor. These visors would be useful for any personnel involved in transport of the unstable test subject there. From command that thermal vision tests will begin soon. Normal heat traces stand out against the surroundings when looking through the thermal imaging spectrum. That is indeed what that is. Oh no, that's the force field network. And now we can scan that. And now we can wear it. Uh-oh. The visor is powering this whole area. Oh. They, added a kind of effect to the thermal visor, I see. It basically, it looks like they added like a shit ton of motion blur to it. Oh, that's an ice. I cannot open ice. Not yet. Oh, I will gladly take this thermal imaging. Pirates don't need it. They'll be fine without it. I know I need to use the thermal in this room. I think it's closer to the door. Because this weird motion blur effect they've got going on it now is not my favorite. Alright. You need to shoot that.
Recording to logbook.
Sentry drone, while armed and armored security mecha. Limited intelligence, but do their assigned task well. Being machines, they're susceptible to electrical attacks. When alerted, they initiate a lockdown and then attempt to neutralize the intruder. Their electronic warfare suite can scramble visor technology as well. It sure does mess with those visors. But we're fine. I like how taking the heat visors literally turned off the power in like the entire complex. They still got a few Metroids down here. I think I will leave them be. Excuse me, sir. What are you doing? Come down here. I am really being a dumb and forgetting where the stairs and/or elevator is. I don't know why, but the filter for this visor is just really distracting. It is not helping me concentrate at all. Alright, excellent. All the pirates for now. Means we can figure out where to go from here. Say we need to go over that way. Oh, yes, literally just jump across. Although, I want that. How do I most easily get up there? Let's try that again. Possibly without falling off. I think that would improve my odds significantly. There we go. Oh my lord, I should have noticed and done this when the lights were not off. I really should have. Fine, we'll get it this time. Easily. Let's see. Then on, I know with the streaming, I normally stream for about 4 hours, and we are at about 350. So not necessarily in exactly 10 minutes, but I'm probably going to get to a good point and then wind down soon. The end of the stream. I will worry about that once I get out of this whole pirate hellhole. Almost. And there we go. 25% of all items. I got more than I thought I had. I know there's a lot, but I did not think I was already at 25%. But I'll take it. So I needed to jump up here. No, I swear, in the original Metroid. Hold on. What button is it? It's. I swear that the beams will light up an area. They really removed that. That would seem a weird thing to remove. Nah. You guys can fly around. I'm just going for the elevator. Don't mean to interrupt your leisure time. Excuse me. Coming through. We're almost out of the pirate base, but we will go a bit further and actually get out of the pirate base shortly. And then probably shortly after getting out of the pirate base will be the near end of stream. Oh, I gotta scan those planets. But first, who's shooting at me? Oopsie. What button did it say to Oh, I think I need the normal beam equip, don't I? Yeah, hold on. I wanted to use a super missile on him. That definitely killed him. These are, as I recall, offline. Everything's offline. Twintabula. Planet is best known for twin fever, a disease caused by a viral strain native to Twintabula. In the early stage of the disease, victims suffer from double vision. When the twin sight fades, the victim is near death.
Recording to logbook.
Talon 4. Ecosystem studies indicate that Talon 4 is a biological paradise prior to the impact of an extraterrestrial object. What remains of the biosphere is slowly fading due to exposure to phase-on radiation. Current rate of decay, Talon 4 will be a barren class 13 wasteland in approximately 25 years. That is very unfortunate. Ormine 2. An uninhabitable wasteland savaged by nuclear dust storms and constant seismic upheavals.
Recording to logbook.
Planet Zebes. Planet's crust is primarily earthic ore, making it ideal for subterranean construction. Class 19 planet, Zebes is inhospitable to most bioforms. The world was considered unremarkable until it became a base of space pirate forces. That's all of them. So they all orbit the same star? Well, that would make sense, given this takes place right after Zero Mission. Quarantine. Atmosphere is rife with Miteralis, a sentient gaseous global exterminator virus. Wow, that is very unfortunate. Alright, we are almost out of the woods. Super missiles are a very good answer. Any problem. Alright. No, no, no. I think I'm gonna leave. You guys can have fun, though. Yeah. I was gonna fight them a little bit, but I don't even need to kill them, honestly. And that brings us to, finally, outside the Space Pirate base. And at another save station. That does bring us close to the 4-hour mark. And I have a, unfortunately, double whammy of having to wake up early tomorrow, but also closing and not getting off work until midnight 30. So I think 4 hours and quite a fair chunk of progress. Reopening with this amazing masterpiece has been a success, and it is as lovely as I remember it from last year. I definitely look forward to seeing more of it and collecting everything there is to collect. These Metroid games are a lot easier to 100% than Castlevania. That I will say. Playing through that series recently. As far as next stream, because I close at midnight 30, I am likely not going to stream tomorrow. Because I wouldn't even be able to start till 1:30 a.m. probably. Which would be less than ideal. Sunday, however, These times are Central Standard Time, just for reference. Sunday, I am off work around 9 p.m. So I could have another 11 p.m. start time. Would probably be the best. The best uh, start time on that day. Then Monday is my off day. Tuesday would be a late stream because I close. And Wednesday I'm off, so I can stream a lot earlier and potentially longer. We'll see how far I am in this game by the end of Sunday's stream. So that will determine both Tuesday and Wednesday's stream plans. For now, however, like I said, this game is as wonderful as I remember it. I really love Prime. It looks beautiful. And I greatly look forward to playing through it again. And eventually playing through it again on the hard mode and etc. But that'll be in the future. For now, I want to thank each and every one of you who stopped by. I love you all and all your support, and I'm glad you find it worth your time to tune into me. I hope I see you Sunday. I apologize for that, Andy, but hopefully you got some rest from your long work schedule. Speaking of work schedule, since you have been a very consistent viewer of mine, what is, like, are you in the same time zone as I am? Because I'm Central Standard. Okay. So I'm assuming you're mostly off and available at night. Yeah. It is about 3 a.m. for me as well. Because I'm not sure if I should start later or earlier, or what's more ideal for people. Yeah, I used to work third shift, so I'm all familiar with weird schedules. But it happens. I mean, if starting later is more ideal, I don't mind starting later. Because, again, I also am a night owl. I'm just not sure when the best time to be streaming is. Okay, yeah, earlier is what I was thinking and what I was trying to do. Because I started at 11 p.m. today. And Sunday, I'm probably going to start at 11 p.m. as well. Because Saturday, I won't even be home till like 1 a.m. probably. So Saturday's probably going to be an off day for streaming. Monday will be an off day, and then I'll stream Sunday, and then back to Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. My schedule is somewhat consistent, but it really depends on what days my current job schedules me at. But since I work evenings, usually I would like to stream at 11 because that's probably a good time. People are home from work, and that's a good stretch of time to get. So if I end up working earlier at a new job, then I can definitely start earlier as well. Well, then that definitely works out. Also, since you're here, I'm not sure if you saw in the VOD. But so the new job thing, actually, I think I like, yeah, they have a tentative start date for me with this new job. I'm just waiting on the background check, and now I'm in that weird thing. Like, the background check company asked me, like, we want to see your high school transcript and diploma. Well, the problem is I have my transcript. I don't have, nor do I have any idea how to get my diploma. So I just sent them my transcript twice, and I'm gonna hope that they just don't need the diploma. So that is currently where I'm at. That was my solution. So I guess I'll find out when they email me next. But the new job, I'll technically work more, but it also means I'll have more money, so I can buy more games and not cook as much, so I can also spend more time playing video games, kind of. So that's nice. But what I was gonna say, well, I was gonna tell you this, but we ate and then I started streaming. It wasn't like super important because I can't even do anything about it right now. It literally happened at work. I did it. But what I was gonna say is because you were watching most of the Order of Ecclesia stuff. I don't know if you saw the VOD or YouTube video I uploaded, but I actually beat Dracula. I cannot believe that shield actually bypassed 90% of Dracula's abilities. So, yes, he was significantly easier than Death by a lot. By a lot. He didn't even have phase 3, which I thought he would. So I was like so close to ending the fight, and I didn't even realize it, and then it happened, and I was like, huh. But Order of Ecclesia, I talked a bit about it at the end of my stream, but ironically, I think it might be my favorite Castlevania. For a few reasons I go into, but mostly the bosses. And like looking at it objectively. If I came in with different expectations of the difficulty. Because again, Harmony of Dissonance was literally just you take double damage. Nothing else is different. That's what I went into Ecclesia expecting, and that is the not at all what happened. Still a great game. Oh, that is very nice. Then I will definitely not have a problem continuing Castlevania. After Prime, it'll be more Castlevania. Probably while also streaming Final Fantasy. So we can have some stream variety going on at the same time. If that's working, I wonder what else is working, because there are some PS3 exclusives that I would like to play. But by this point, I've forgotten, since I just like kind of tuned out to emulation progress since it was going very slow. Well, that's good. Definitely, we'll have to check that out. I'm sure there's stuff I have. I know I have a PS3 somewhere. I literally bought a PS3 to play the Metal Gear collection and Red Dead 1 because the emulator at the time that I was checking it wasn't running those. But now, if I definitely want to play other things, I don't need to buy more. More old PS3 games. I actually haven't, but it's been a while since I played them, so I would definitely be open to streaming the Metal Gear series. I love that series. I haven't played them in a long time. Ish. Definitely add that to the list, because I will take any excuse to replay through 5. 5 was absolutely wonderful. Plus, if rumors are true, we might be getting either PC ports of more of them or a remake of 1? I'm not sure what the latest batch of rumors are. But a lot of rumors have turned out to be true recently, such as this Metroid Prime remaster. So many great series. Metal Gear. Yeah, I actually really like the GameCube remake of MGS1. Some people complained about the cutscenes being over the top, but honestly, compared to like later games in the series, Metal Gear has always been over the top, so the remake of 1 is kind of more in line with that. So being able to go into first person does make it a lot easier because it wasn't designed for that. I remember the Ocelot fight is just like hilariously easy in first person. But definitely something I'd be down to stream again. Maybe not on the hardest difficulty. We'll see. At least not on the super hardest difficulty, because a lot of those MGS games I only played once. Like I've only ever played MGS 2 one time, and I only ever played Peace Walker once. 3 I've played at least 4 times. 3 I immensely loved. And then 5 I technically played once, but I also have like hundreds of hours in it. So it doesn't really compare. Three is definitely amazing. It's my favorite. I would say it's my favorite if we're just 5 is my favorite from a gameplay perspective, but 3 is actually complete and not shortchanged by Konami, so it deserves to be called my favorite. Yes. Well, there are a few with 2 is the one with Raiden. 3 is the one that's in the past before Solid Snake. Yeah. 3 Portable Ops, Peace Walker, and 5 our big boss. Yeah, I didn't really care for Raiden, but I liked. I I didn't like hate him, but I didn't care for him. He did get pretty ridiculous in 4, and I technically haven't played Metal Gear Rising, which is also Raiden, which is also a Metal Gear game, but not really. I don't know. I know it's really different, but I literally know nothing about it other than like a few meme gifs and scenes from Metal Gear Rising. So that let's just add that to my motivation to replay through Metal Gear because I will cap it off with Rising, since that is technically the latest game in the series timeline wise. I don't know if I'm going to play the MGS games in timeline order because while that is something I would normally do, you know, actually thinking of the story overarching, that might actually be a good idea, especially for someone who's never seen the series, because I think the way 4 ends works perfectly if you play 4 last. And I did not play the original Metal Gear 1 and 2, which is actually another reason I should play through the series, because I will finally, for the first time, play 1 and 2. Because I know those are classic and important to the story. Like, I know what happens in them because I've read about it. I understand more of the overarching story. But I have not, they might be. I know I have the PS3 disc, which I think has it on them. It was like the MGS collection that has 1, 2, 3, 4 in Peace Walker. I wish it had Portable Ops. I understand why it doesn't. Portable Ops wasn't like technically. I don't even know if it's technically canon, but I still liked it. So I think that version should probably still have MGS 1 and 2. No, now I'm curious, because if it does have them, that would definitely be an easy way to play those. The collection does not actually have MGS 1 and 2, but it probably wouldn't be hard to emulate those.
Received.
Well, I've been AFK in Metroid so long that it thinks that I don't know where to go. Well, you know, what time is it? Roxy, are you still here? In the chat. Let me ask you this now. If I stop now, will we watch the movie? Or should I go do this since it's literally 2 rooms over? And then save and cap off the stream. Okay. Well, I'm sure you just heard me, but I would literally DM you what I just asked. Because I did technically forget where to go, but now that I see it's literally right over here, that, which I think I know what I get when I get there. And if I get what I think I get by going over there, that would definitely. You know, okay, well, maybe I will be streaming for longer than I thought. So, especially since this is right here. So, let's go over there. Hold on, I need my motion blur visor so I can see where to shoot. Hold on. Oops, that is not the shoot button. Now I can use the power of motion blur to open this door. That is such a weird thing. I mean, the thermal visor definitely looks cool in Remastered, but it does really have a weird effect to it that this is kind of distracting. Zoom. Yes. Object out of scanning range. Object. It is a stone talus from Breath of the Wild. Basically, anyway. Thardus, an animated sentient creature of stone charged with phazon radiation. The phazon radiation given off by Thardus negates auto-targeting systems, preventing lock-on. It may be possible to acquire alternate targets with a different visor. The chaotic nature of phazon irradiation leads to instability in its structural integrity. Thardus can encase targets in ice, and its colossal size and strength make it a formidable opponent. You have a good rest of your night, and I definitely will. I will be sure to finish that series off. Don't you worry about that. Actually, what I should do is not be frozen. But what I should do is missile that. Oh, jeez. It wrecked. I broke your knee. Owie. I'm trying to switch. Oh, I was frozen. That's why I couldn't switch. The substance is so radioactive that it just makes a literal rock monster. So, clearly, there might be maybe one or two drawbacks to the space pirates experimenting with it. Maybe just a little. That is so immensely bright on my monitor in particular. I think he's got to be close to being destroyed at this point. Oh, what you doing there, huh? I think you should stop that, whatever it is. Ow. Okay, that should be the last one, because that's a very big chunk of him. That was not. He sure is made up of a lot of rocks. Is he still alive? yes he is. Oh, now it's this massive core. Oh dear. Oh yes, give me more missiles so I can shoot you with them. Now, why there were missiles in the rocks, that's a question that probably doesn't need an answer. So I will still ask it anyway. So the sentient rock is destroyed. And so we get more ball power. Specifically, now we've become part arachnid while we're a ball. Zoom. Question is, where are we going? I did not even look. I just went. Yeah. Probably would be good to actually look.
Recorded to logbook.
And I can actually scan this as a spider ball track. So there's something up there. And, oh, well, we need a grapple for that. Said we're going there. It would probably make someone very dizzy, but it's part of Samus's Chozo training to not become dizzy, so it's fine. Ow. This takes us back to the Chozo. Nope, this takes us to Magmore Caverns again. And we could go up there, but I can see on the map that there's a door we cannot yet penetrate. Not yet, at any rate. However, now we are here with more space pirates to kill. Oh, owie, what knocked me off my ledge? Excuse me, sir. Yeah, much better. Functional but not receiving power. Sealed doors. Means we probably need to be ball. Excuse me, very rude. That leads to lava. That also leads to lava. Well, they all lead to lava, but I know there's something to activate to solve this issue.
Recording to logbook.
Puddle Spore, sentient floating lava mollusk protected by an impenetrable shell. Puddle Spore opens when approached, attempting to intimidate with its size. When opened, direct fire to its mantle causes it to flip into a defensive position. If it can slam shut, it ejects a spread of harmful energy globules. Oh, we'll worry about you later. I kind of want to see if I can actually open these doors. Oh. I forgot about the fact that I literally have this. There we go. Now we can just freeze all the lava. What do we got here? Oh, so that's not going to remain frozen forever. And this will get the last one, I believe, where we will find something worthwhile, presumably. Another health bar, basically. Definitely worthwhile. And now we can proceed somewhere. Well, not this way, because there's both the debris. Yeah. Can't break that yet, and there's an ice door on the other side regardless. So onward to join our lava crustacean. Let me remember how to actually deal with him. Excellent. Rotating lift platforms are in working order. You say so. Oops. Kinda missed my jump just a little bit. Can I actually get onto these platforms, though, is the question. I don't remember if I can right now. I know I eventually need to get on them. Oh, maybe. Nope, I need a grappling hook. With a grapple beam, rather. Instead, okay. On the map, we are from there. No, we came from there, and now we're heading this way. So... I believe we need to go back to the Chozo ruins. So right after a boss is going to be a decent stopping point. And I know there's a lot more exploring coming up. So once I make it out of Fireland, I probably will actually save. Plus, what time is it? It is now nearly 4 a.m. So I do have about just over 8 hours till Pathfinder. So maybe, just maybe, I should attempt to sleep at some point in the near future. I swear that there's something I'm supposed to break, but I can't remember if it's here or not. Yeah, I'm very bad at sleeping, because games are fun. And I greatly appreciate having you here. I just need to win the lottery so I don't have to worry about sleep schedules or money, and then I could stream forever. It'd be fine. And this, if I recall, the does... That goes to the Talon Overworld, so I want to go to the Chozo Ruins, which... There, so I will continue. Plus, I think there's another artifact I want to find. We'll take another scenic detour through the lovely natural lava caves. After we fall in the lava. It was cold and we need a little heat up in our suit. Very, very intentional detour. Right? If only. I used to buy lottery tickets like every day, or well, every week. And then I tried gambling on the stock market to mostly a neutral end result. Some benefit, some success, some failure. I'm lazy, so I'm taking the very warm route rather than using ball form to get across. I think I have what I need for this, right? No, it's Bendesium. I do not have what I need. Yeah, the stock market is a fickle mistress. The problem with me is that I actually am a gambler. Like, I never knew I was a gambler until I started doing stock market stuff, and then I realized, oh, that is my vice, isn't it? Because it got really addictive. No drinking or smoking, just throwing money at things that will not work, even though I really want them to. That's why one day, even though it will be a very bad decision, I will someday visit Vegas. I need to at least once see if, like, real-life gambling pays off for me. It won't, but I need to see it. Yeah. If Roxy gambles, she'll win everything. I would play blackjack so much in Final Fantasy, and I would lose every single time, and someone would win every single time. I'm especially salty because I actually really like blackjack. It's probably my favorite card game. Aha. No, climb up. I forget if you said you played Metroid, Andy, but basically I need to collect 12 of these to unlock the, where this great evil meteor has fallen. Oh, well, Thankfully, this game has a lot of lore, and like, in the beginning of the video, I basically talked, because I know Roxy never played it, so I basically did my best to explain the series, or the general, like, story up to the point of this game. Yeah. So far, I've appreciated and loved both sides of the Metroidvania genre. So, I think I might like Metroid more, but that Order of Ecclesia really hit the right notes for me with boss design. But it reminded me a bit of Hollow Knight with some of the bosses, to be fair. And Hollow Knight was like the pinnacle of Metroidvania bosses for me. That is one thing I thought about and wondered. With everything getting remakes and open world variants, is how long until we get an open world and or remake of a Castlevania game? Well, maybe not. Because Konami still owns the series. And Konami, I don't even know if Konami makes games. They used to, but I don't know what they do now. Literally, all I knew is that they just abandoned everything for pachinko machines. But I don't know if that's still what's happening. Yeah, I've had an undyingly immense hate boner for Konami ever since, like, Metal Gear 5, and knowing what could have been and what was. Granted, Metal Gear 5 is still, like, basically a masterpiece, and I love it. But it clearly was not finished. Um, I love Star Wars. On my what I streamed before, and they're on my YouTube channel, is in between Metroid and Castlevania. I wanted to play Fallen Order, so I played that, but then I also streamed a whole bunch of other Star Wars games, like Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy, Rogue Squadron on 64, and the GameCube one, the first one, because I couldn't get the second one to work with the emulator, or rather the third one. Got all the platinum medals on those. Star Wars. Oh man, I could go on about how much I love Star Wars, because I grew up with that. Is my first real sci-fi, and kind of even fantasy, because it is both sci and fantasy series. But I fell in love with the expanded universe more than the movies. I mean, I love the movies, but the games and everything touched on so much. I am dying with anticipation for that KOTOR remake. And be damn sure that I'm going to stream that when it comes out. Though, secretly, I mostly hope the KOTOR remake is good, because then maybe we'll get a KOTOR 2 remake. Yeah, but those games are both short and fun enough that I'd play them again, potentially in the future. Yeah. I really hope they redo KOTOR 2 after the KOTOR 1 remake, because I think KOTOR 2 is my favorite Star Wars game for many reasons, not the least of which is because, like, the characters and, like, the perspective on the Force itself, and just a lot of stuff like that. That, and it's an RPG. It's weird because I don't like real time with pause combat. I vastly prefer turn-based, but KOTOR at least plays very well, because A, it's only 3 characters instead of 6 like the original Baldur's Gate games. And also because it's not as... You don't really need to pause, so they're basically just real-time games. I'm sure it'll be more action-based in the remake, kind of like how Final Fantasy VII Remake is. Yeah, I know there's mods that kind of finish too, but if they remake it, presumably they'd remake it finished. I just hope that Disney has literally nothing to do with either the KOTOR 1 remake or the potential KOTOR 2 remake. Because, I'm not going to go on a rant, but I definitely like Star Wars before it became a Disney property. And I'll leave it at that.
Recording to logbook.
The future is a vague thing, ever-changing and always in doubt. Even if we Chozo could gain the ability to foresee the future, it would be a hollow gift, where we could never hope to control what is yet to occur. But the fountain is an example of this. The day may come when its water dries up, and there's nothing we could do to stop such a tragedy. What we know to do of this. Unlike the uncertain flow of water, the power of our will is strong and enduring. The will of the Chozo will never run dry. Except you guys all died. But I'm glad your will's working out. I heard that was good. I definitely have to check it out. And I kind of heard The Mandalorian's really good, but like I don't want anything to interfere with my headcanon, or not even headcanon, like the EU is canon to me. And anything that contradicts that, I'd kind of just ignore. And what am I know I need to do something. I want that. But what do I need to do? Oh. Oh, I see. I need to break those. Which I wouldn't be surprised if that's why it's as popular as it is. I would at least like if they made KOTOR canon officially, because it does take place so long ago. The only problem is that KOTOR, or just elements in KOTOR, conflict with the stupid changes they made to canon. Like, to some people it might be such a minor thing, but just as an example, I think it's so immensely stupid that apparently, like, you can't get a red lightsaber unless you, like, I don't even know how they put it, basically molest the lightsaber crystal until it turns red or something. Instead of, like, you know, they're just being different colored crystals. I loved rocking both a blue and a red lightsaber in KOTOR. That and, you know, the Force being not good or evil. And the dark side not being evil. And just a different aspect of the Force. Yeah. In logical canon and KOTOR, you just go to a cave and you get a whole bunch of different lightsaber crystals. And you can have any color at all of lightsaber that you want. Which is neat. I mean, my favorite was I would have a blue and a green one. But blue and red was also nice, just because why does red have to mean evil? Red's not even remotely my favorite color. It's not even my top 5 color, but still, I don't think it should be relegated to evil. Purple and red's a good combo too. They go very nicely together. Is that a floating platform? No, that's... I don't even know what that is. It's a very long neck statue of a Chozo. Maybe some of them had really long necks. Maybe some Chozo were ostrich. I don't know. Definitely a possibility. I swear there's something in this tree, but I forget. Good thing that trees have missiles inside of them for some reason. Yeah, the visual design of the Metroid games in general is really good, but the Prime series just really knocked it out of the park. I hope they remaster 2 and 3 as well, because I really love those, and I think 2 might be my favorite of the Prime games. Technically, I'm not supposed to get that without the grappling hook, but I think I can. I need to at least try 1 or 2 more times. I don't think I can get it from there. Get out of here, you nerd beetle. Man, there's so many things I want to stream in so little time. Like, it's already March. I know how to math. 4th. Breath of the Wild 2 comes out like 2 months from now. I can't believe that it's actually releasing that soon. So many games. The last year and this year looks pretty great for gaming. And I'm just happy Nintendo's finally, like, actually putting out games again. It felt like it's been a long time since Nintendo has put out good first-party games. I head to a save location. Never thought I'd see a reality in which I would get Pikmin 4 before the next Donkey Kong Country. So, just generally happens that Nintendo does not show as much love to the series I love the most. Oh. The face reflection on her helmet is so good. It was even in the original version, but in the remake, it's just like even more detailed. You can barely see it. Well, you can't see it for long, but like, they really put a lot of extra detail. And you can see her eyes and individual eyelashes and the reflection from the explosion of plasma. Excuse me, wasps. Yeah, will actually be the closing point for stream because obviously I keep talking and then I keep playing and then it's gonna be like, oh, I got 5 hours before Pathfinder and etc. And then it'll be because it'll go sleep 5 hours, go to Pathfinder, immediately go to work for 8 hours, and come home dead. Which I would let myself do, but maybe, just maybe, I should not do that. But I'm also very happy about this remaster. I only played through the Metroid series last year, and I really love them. Yeah, yeah, I see that face, Roxy. So, hey, you also have sleep issues, so let's not see who is worse at sleeping. Regardless, the current plan, as stated, is because I won't even be home till 1 a.m. on Saturday. That'll probably be an off day. Will be a movie night, ideally. Sunday, I can stream again, probably at 11 p.m., maybe 10 p.m. start time, but at least 11. And then Monday is an off day because we gotta finish watching our movies. Gotta catch up on that Harry Potter. And then depending on how far we are in Metroid, Tuesday I work till 11:30, but I could potentially stream at midnight. And then I'm off Wednesday. Mine was Ravenclaw. I kind of wish I did stream that game. I mean, I really didn't care about all the dumb, loud controversy, but that game was a lot better than I thought it was going to be, and it reinvigorated my interest in that universe, obviously, by making Roxy watch all the movies. You know, I saw a rumor when I was scrolling through my news feed on my phone the other day that they might be making a TV show based on that game because it was so popular. An HBO TV show. So potentially something that might not suck. I grew up with Harry Potter. Like my grandpa actually like read the stories with me. Like I think I was 10 or something when the first book came out, or maybe even younger. Probably younger. Yeah, I imagine they'll do a second game. I don't know if it would make sense to do it in the school, because I mean, just how much new stuff can you do in the same location? I always wondered if they just like do it at a different school, but I'm sure they would want to follow the same character. But hard to say. Yeah, this is already an insane year for gaming, and I still have games I have to catch up on because Dead Space remake. Dead Space is amazing. Remake looks amazing. Need to get and play that. Uh, Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out. New version of a Kirby game I really love came out. Got this Metroid game I'm playing right now. Hogwarts Legacy came out not that long ago. Resident Evil 4 remake. Pikmin 4. That's just what I can think of off the top of my head. And the fact that we're in the first quarter of the year. And that's also not counting indie games, because I'm pretty sure Darkest Dungeon 2 comes out of early access this year. So, uh oh. There goes a lot of my time. Um, Gaming has been in a better place than it ever has, thankfully. I'm really excited for that. We got pretty sure DLC for this game coming out soon, which I didn't stream the full game, so I don't know if I'll stream the DLC, but it's just more gaming time that I'm going to spend. But I will eventually make it through these games and stream most of them. Eventually. I need to get my backlog down. My Steam list is obscene at the moment. It is way more obscene than it needs to be. Let me see if I can get something on here real fast. One. I need to put in perspective. Problem I have right now. Damn, I do not know if OBS will easily allow me to just show an image of it. Well, whatever. I'll worry about that later. But basically, I'm approaching the 2,000 mark on the amount of games I own on Steam. So I am really falling behind on games I need to play. Suffice to say. But that is another good thing streaming will help with, because I can actually finish games by consistently sticking to a schedule and streaming them. Well, that's the theory, anyway. The reality will maybe be different. You know, see. Regardless, it was wonderful to revisit Metroid Prime, and definitely wonderful to have all of you here. I look forward to seeing more of this wonderful game and finishing it off and moving on to even more wonderful games. For now, I hope you all have a absolutely wonderful night. I will, as always, catch you lovely folks next time.